Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. We got 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, it's obvious who that was talking about. They twist the scriptures. They say part, and disregard other parts. They call Allah a liar because he said we'll return home after 20 years. They said we're not going anywhere. It's obvious what they're talking about. It's obvious what the chastisement will be because it says severe, most severe chastisement. Most severe. Most means most. In any language. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So, the treachery, traitors, deceiving the people. Promoting was fake. Fake reality, they promoted it. They're fake.
And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass.
As they say, brothers and sisters, say less. Speaks for itself. He just described what the Son of Man would look like. It's not Master Muhammad, that's sure not him. But he claiming that it's him. Sometimes he says Master Muhammad. He just told you description. Speaks for itself.
Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity. So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
Sick beyond belief. What part of that represents anything Elijah Muhammad taught? What part of that represents anything Elijah Muhammad taught? What part of it? None. Zero. Totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught and Master Muhammad presented. Okay. Well, I want to play this, a couple more things, then get to my main topic, and then I got a few things I want to play behind that. Let's see.
This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to. I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record, is something alive or not, because even that definition, there was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, it was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Mm-hmm. Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay. The reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that there is such technology out there. We're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
I try to make it as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. When they say G's, it's my force, the force of gravity, right? So the force of gravity, 32 feet per second. So let's just put it in a basic way. This is, like I said, just this analogy. Say a G is 10 pounds. Right? Say 1 G is 10 pounds, right? They say the maximum a person can take is about 9 G's, maybe 10. Let's say round out 10 G's. 10 G's times 10 would be 100 pounds. That means a person, they can take 100 pounds of pressure on them. Because when you driving a car, you accelerate, you feel force against the seat. So they can take like 100 pounds of pressure on them if they had to make a short turn or something. See, more than that, they pass out. Their body can't take more than that, right? They say a plane, the best plane can only take like 20 G's before that much pressure on it, and it'll crush the plane. So 20 G's times 10, that's 200. See, 10, yeah, 2. First I said, I said 10 G's. Let me back up here. Okay. I'm saying G is like 100 pounds. Say G is 100 pounds, right? So let's use that way and keep it, try to make it simple. I said G is 100 pounds. So if a person can only take 10 G's, that's 1,000 pounds on them. One that they can't take, because that's how much accelerated, whatever, if they plane moving fast, how to make a fast turn. So 1 G is 100 pounds. Then say now a natural person going to take 10 times that, right? Which is 1,000 pounds. And they're too much, right? And say a plane, their best plane can take about 20 G's. So 20 times 100, that's 2,000. That's 2,000 pounds. And it'll crush the plane. It can't take more than that. They saying the mother planes, those things can take 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 G's. That's astronomical. You said 1,000. 1,000 times 100, right? That's 1,000. 1,000 times 100. That's 100,000 pounds. That would be on the people in there to maneuver. It's incredible. Do you understand the difference? I'm just saying, if you said G is 100 pounds, see? So they don't know how they could do that. Because the thing is, that they could move at 10,000 miles an hour and then sudden stop. Now, if you was driving a car and your car was going 100 miles an hour, you set it on the brakes. That car's going to stop right there. Spot there. The brake's going to take a while for it to slow it down to actually full stop. It may go another 30 feet or whatever for it actually. If you're going 100 miles an hour, you hit the brakes. But this thing was a full stop at 100 miles, it goes 10,000 miles an hour, and come a full stop just like that. Don't slow down, just stop. Then turn and make a right-hand turn. Take off or go straight up. And they said they don't know how they could do anything like that. They said it's impossible, way beyond their technology. When their band can take, when the best person can take, and they said there needs to be living organism there. So I don't understand how these people could do this. They said there's people in there, and even so, how could the plane itself handle that kind of pressure? Because their plane can only have, like I said, if you say 10 G's, that'd be 10 times 100. That's 1,000 pounds. These things can take, right? Jesus 100 pounds. Then say like 1,000. They said 3 or 5, 6, 7,000. So just 1,000. Times 100. That's 100,000 pounds. These small things. See, and so like about a year or so ago, 2 years ago, I mentioned I was just talking about how these planes moving through they don't leave any wake, they don't leave any sonic boom or anything. I explained how that works, how to do that. Small planes do it. All of a sudden after that, I hear about hypersonic planes. Never heard about hypersonic missiles before that. So how do you figure where did that from? You never heard about hypersonic? Go back and look. You never heard about hypersonic missiles before I reveal how that works. See, because they couldn't find anything move fast enough to the atmosphere because of the burn up. I show how you could do it. Here, I'm showing how the plane works. I ain't gonna tell you. I can't tell. Well, whatever the actual energy source, the power source, but how it's used to make that happen. Because you see bright arrows on the right side, the left side there, that's what's pushing it. But there was white one on the white one that's opposing right here. This is what would push you against the wall. If you like, you're driving, and you accelerate, and then you see it pushing back. See, this is what pushed them back against that wall. They accelerate that, pushing back, right? So to keep that from happening, you have to need a counter force that will counter this force. That's internal. It doesn't have anything to do with moving this thing. It just has forces isolated within the center. So therefore, they can go as fast as they want to, stop, or whatever, and they don't feel anything. Doesn't matter, because they got a force that bounces inside. I'll leave it like that. Apocalypse is the entire war that's going on, brothers and sisters. Armageddon is just a phase of it. The war in heaven right now is a trigger point. And it's going to blow up in a minute. Right? They already started. Abomination desolation was the first phase. Second phase, just what happened when Foster was almost demolished. So we know who's going to win this war. I already told you who's going to win it because Iran kicked their ass just now. And everybody can say, why did you stop? Because they could have finished them off then. And so when they go back again, it's going to be a lot much worse. A lot worse. Quiet before the storm. And I've been telling you, this they will resume sometime between now and September. I think sooner probably. It's in July now. So pretty soon, probably August, September, maybe even sooner. America will be thrown out of the Middle East by October. America and Britain, forces will be surrounded. It says, hearts failing for fear of those looking upon those things which are coming upon earth, powers heaven be shaken. That's the shock of the hour, brothers and sisters. When that war goes, something's happening over there, it's going to trigger fear here. And I tried to explain that a little more detail yesterday. I'm not going to go into it now, but it depends on your frame reference, who they talk about here. Because the bottom line there says, lift your heads, because that's your redemption. Because when that happens, that's a sign about redemption, because that's the end of false Israel. May God being broken, right? And so now we're because origination is rising because of this. So I'm gonna leave it there, bro. You can go review what I said yesterday and maybe understand it. Okay, I'm gonna talk about a couple more things, right? Now, it's a mind war, brothers and sisters. It says, out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, which is smite the nations. If you read Revelation, it says those things happen as a result of breaking those seals. So the war is about truth, words. The scripture's words. It's not bombs and guns and knives. It's about the spoken word. And it says his mouth is a sharp sword. And smite the nations with words. It says, how would he destroy son of perdition? He would consume the spirit of his mouth. Right? This is where the power is. That's the weapon. That's the weapon. Let's go to the next one here. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharp and any two-edged sword, Piercing even the dividing asunder of the soul, the spirit, and joints of marrow, and discerning of thoughts and intents of the heart. That's the weapon. It's a mind war. That's the weapon that we're using to overcome the devil and to take control of our inheritance, of the promise, the word. So why is goddamn Farrakhan trying to be quiet? You see it? He's a goddamn liar. Because he's saying he's told to be quiet, that means we gave up. Devils ain't quiet. They still talking. So he's like saying, oh, God said give up. Just give up. Don't say nothing. But that's the weapon. The word. He said, oh, God told me be quiet. Oh, okay. Put your weapons down. Let the devil kick your ass. This is simple stuff, brothers and sisters. See, that's not what he told Jonah. That's not what he told Joshua. No, Joshua, you got to kick ass. Don't be strong, courageous. It says, you know why? He's a goddamn liar. He doesn't know anything. He made that prediction. Remember Ishmael saying, if the prophet says something that don't come to pass, you should listen to him. Well, he said something about Armageddon 3 years ago. You seen Armageddon? It's going to spread. Why is it going to be Armageddon? It's going to tear up all of Europe and everything else. You see anything like that 3 years ago? Man, God told me, in the darkest hour, said people who sit in darkness in a great light, but he said, oh, he's going to turn the light out. Time of dark, he turned the light out. Been feeding that ass for 40-some years. Ripping the nation off for 40-some years. And now, time of darkness, oh, God told me to be quiet, set me right in his right hand. Who's going to do the fighting then? You're supposed to be the fighter. You're supposed to be standing for a nation. You're supposed to be the son of man. You're supposed to be fighting for us. So what you fighting with? So you sit right here, what? Sit down and pull shit out your ass and throw it at him? Is that what you're supposed to be doing? This is such a joke. Mind war, brothers and sisters. So you're going to be quiet. That means there's no fight. Nobody's fighting for us. He's supposed to be the one fighting for us, the leader. So he's made nobody's fight. So we gave up. It's simple stuff, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on to this. And I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna let this play for some other things. Adam and Eden. See, America is Eden. You understand it? They say Eden is in the east. No, it says he put him eastward of Eden. Eastern part of Eden. See, they can't read the stuff right. Read it. Eastern part of Eden. And that means America. Where did they sell that? And what was the colonies at? On the east coast of America. That's where America started out. That's where Adam, the Europeans came over here. That's where they had the east coast. All the colonies on the east coast. Then they moved westward. Okay. Now this here, see, this is where we were. This is where we were. Not jungle bunnies. Yeah, we had people live out in the suburbs who was in Africa. That's the ones they show you. Like if they come and told you all the people in Appalachia was America, you say, oh, they don't show you the cities and things, just show you mobile houses and stuff like that. Oh, that's what America's like? You see? That's what they did with us. Because they don't show the cities. Timbuktu, Cairo, all those different places. They show all the people, and they don't show them right either, because they wouldn't run around with bones in those either. They lived in the suburbs. They was healthy. They was educated. Right? They were united, happy, healthy. I'm gonna move on, right? So this is where we were. So every time I look at these black sisters, boy, ooh, just looking at them, they're so beautiful. I mean, I don't see why anybody would want one of those other things. I don't see why they would want that. Yeah, we see, look at that. That's golden. See, we call ourselves black. That's because there were white, black stuff. But we know the scriptures call us golden. Look at that golden. That's golden complexion. Are people really golden? That's what nature calls us golden. But that mean because of this language and everything else, they say, well, they will say they're white, so we must be black. Right? I'm telling you, ooh, these sisters. That's why I'm doing this, brothers and sisters. I ain't doing you brothers, I'm doing these sisters. I better get going. Just gonna leave you behind. I tell you what, when you get home, hey, they ain't gonna be like over here. They'll do a background check on your ass. Your background check better come up positive, or you're gonna be a monk. You think I'm kidding? They're gonna do a background check on your ass. What was you doing? Did you stand up? Or maybe my mama, she ain't here because of your dumb ass. They're gonna be a background check on you. See, you think this is a joke. I keep telling you, it's not a goddamn joke. They're gonna do a background check on you. It's just how you, hey, well, let me check you out. And they're gonna be able to check you out thoroughly. What was you doing? And you lied, then you lose your tongue. Your background, what was you doing? I was hanging out with Farrakhan. You was? Then you keep on hanging out with Farrakhan. They're gonna do a background check on you. And it can be easy in some cases because if you come out they say but two groups come out of tribulation, everlasting life, everlasting chain of parliament. Well, if you come out of that, you're given the tyrant, and you're gonna have a tattoo anyway, so you don't have to do a background check on you because you're gonna have a flashing light right here. Stay away from this clown. See? He still got his head up master's ass. Have a background check on you, brothers. What was you doing? Who was out there? They was forcing us, raping us, taking our children, forcing us to work. All the stuff they were doing. And what was you doing? Was you standing up for us, brother? Oh, you was out there hanging with the devil. Hey, how you doing, bro? He's bumping. And you knew what they raped. They raped our ancestors and grandmother and grandfather, and they raped our grandfather. You know, all that stuff. And that's where you was. That's how you was rolling. Well, you keep on rolling right out of here. Yeah. You know, people think this is a cake where they just walk in here, out there, and they're gonna be all right. It ain't gonna be anything like that. That's why it says a judgment. See, it's a judgment. You want to check everything out before you let it come in. It's like quality control. Quality control. You understand? Quality control. Take the quality. That's the tribulation about quality control. Test you out. Then you get a crash test. A car, you crash test, see if it can survive. So that's part of a crash test. And then quality control, the judgment. Make sure you qualified. See? You meet the standard. And it's very high. No defects. The standard for the high kingdom is extremely high. It's through perfection. That's how he purify, pure. So you keep on with your, yes. And you're going to be, and not only you're going to be a monk, some of you are going to be castrated monks because you don't need them. What are you going to use them for? Because ain't no sense going to have you. Think it's a joke? Watch. Then they come along and stop beating us. See? They come along as the devil. Come along and stop beating. Say, what you do? 20 years they beat us. Turns into Negro butts. They beat us into a situation. Like you take mold, clay, and say, they beat us into that situation. See? They had to beat us that. We didn't just fold. That's what hard cost. They had to beat us into that situation. Like Farrakhan, we were sinful. No, we didn't just walk into this be sinful. We was beat into this condition, Farrakhan, by your parents. We was beat in this condition. You understand? So who you gonna blame? The clay or the molder of the clay? See, now they accept you. Hey, bro. See, now they accept you. You speaking their language, you got their religion, you walk around naked like them and everything else. Right? You still got your nature, but they suppress it because they got your mind. Remember the man in Mark, he had two things. He had still his nature, but he didn't have his mind, but his nature was able to recognize, he was able to recognize some man based on his nature, not his mind. So they couldn't take your nature away if they tried. They took your mind away, took your clothes away. And now, you see, hey, they happy with you now. See? Hey, Jonesy, Nick and Bob, Anita, Bust Bottom. See now, hey, thank you, Jesus. See now, they happy with you now. Because you went there, they hated you where you were. When you changed, you hate something, you hate it. They hated you, they changed you to where they wanted you to be. Now they're happy with you. See, look we made. We are what they made. Because that's all they can make, because they got a weak mind. And so therefore, if you try to transfer back to what you were before, what would the result be? 20 years of this, 40 years to beat us down to this condition. See, now you try to go back, try to reclaim yourself. And that's exactly what's about to happen. They're going to attack us. But we start rising. You see, I'm trying to make this stuff as simple so you understand. I had people that was dealing with this, and I said, man, I make it so simple. You should easily be able to explain this to people. But, nothing was happening. A little bit here, a little there, error prone, and stuff getting wrong, and maybe some little 5 minutes here, 2 minutes there. And this is life. This is critical, unprecedented. It ain't like, hey man, let me text this guy and let him know his house on fire. Get your ass over there. Put the fire, get in, grab somebody. Let me just text him. Maybe he'll see the text. It's sad. They cut that tree down, boy. It's the worst. It's going to just, it's resistance. That's what happens. That's what's about to happen. You start to be great, and that's what happens. You stand up. This is not Farrakhan's people. This is not going to be Farrakhan's people. He's going to stand up, steal a great army. A real son of man. See? And that's what they're going to do. See? Not no whip this time, a gun. Okay. A couple more things, bro. This is going to close up. It's all, I said, everything is fake. And they got you thinking this is great, employee and all that kind of stuff. And it's just where they play with game. They play your mind. Remember, it's a word. They're using words here. Just think if you just change this around. Say, for instance, you say, okay, you're a slave. And you better get out there and do that work. And here's your little place you can stay at night. For me leaving. That would have been a castle. We lived anything like that was in the fields, not even close. I'm not even going to it. And he's just right. So what if they came and said, hey, we're going to pay you a salary. And you're going to pay your salary. Now you got to eat. You need money to buy food from us. So you need to get money. So you get money. If you work, we give you money. So we pay you. So you're not a slave anymore because you're an employee. And so now you got to pay rent for that raggedy house that you have, which is never near as nice as that, what you see right there. We had something nice as that back then. And you got a donkey now. You got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of all this stuff. So now you're like, hey, I'm free, man. I'm free. I got an employee. You see, you got the same thing. It's just change the words around. It's the same thing. And so now you still got to pay for that. So now you got to work. So you got 8 hours a day to pay for this stuff, to take care of enough money from you, enough for the place there. You still got a supervisor, okay, what to do. What if they take and change the prices where everything is double? Okay, but they don't give you any more money. So now, oh man, I can't work 40 hours a week, man. I got to work 80 hours a week to pay everything. You see what I'm saying? So now you're working your ass off. You're doing just exactly what you was doing before. They just change the language, change the words around. That's all. So now you working 16 hours a day to pay for that little shack and to pay for that, take care of donkey to get you out and back and forth to work. And you got to obey master, because if you don't do, they fire you. Then you can't eat. You have no place to anything. You understand? Just change it with your words of mind war. And the devils didn't catch on to it. And I tell you, industrial age, then they caught on to it. And this is what they did. But see, okay, then you say, well, I still can't make enough money. Remember, they control how much rent you pay. They control how much it takes that food costs, how much money it takes to maintain. They control it. So therefore, they say, okay, they raise the price on that, but they ain't gonna pay you. They know how much they pay you. They know the amount they pay you ain't enough. In other words, you got to work 18 hours a day to pay for this stuff. They know they adjust it. They know exactly how. They say, okay, because they lowered the price. You wouldn't have to work at all. They just gave it to you. Lower the price. See? So therefore, now they know, hey, you can't still afford it. They say, well, then you need some more help. So now you got your wife out there. She's in the field too. It's the same thing. But now you think you're free. I'm getting a paycheck. I'm an employee. I'm paying for my rent. I'm paying for my clothes. I'm paying for this stuff. Yeah, but you're working 18 hours a day, and your wife's out there in the field too. And she better work. She better work hard, because the supervisor, he can fire your ass. He said, if you work hard, he thinks you work. You fight. Then you ain't got nothing. You're starving. You see, they play the words, and right now, most of our people still understand. Remember, Harriet Tubman said she could have freed more if they knew they were slaves. They knew slaves back then. They sure don't know it now. And you slaves right now don't even know it. Because they play like shitless. They play the game with you. They call it shitless back there. So now, that's what they took the S off, put the C there, chitlins, and still shit. But now you're eating it on your own. They ain't forcing you no more. You're eating it on your own now. But Walmart sells it. Check it. Somebody's buying it. So now here you go. Industrial age. Here you are in the plant. You got your car to get back and forth to work, like you had your mule. You got your raggedy place that they tell you how much this costs. So now, they know how much they're paying you. So them how much work do you have to do to pay for this. You understand? You know how much work you got to do for them. That's capitalism to get this. Right? And they got your supervisor. It's the same damn thing. So they fix the prices. They said, well, I need more work out of him. So they fix the prices. Well, you got to work harder, and there ain't enough. So then what you got to do? Now you got to get your wife over and McDonald's to make ends meet. The same thing. But now I'm free. See, I got me a car. For what? To get back and forth to your plantation. I got me a job. Yeah. 9 to 5, maybe 18 hours. Overtime, everything else. I got me a raggedy house. Yeah, I got to pay $5,000 a month rent. The same thing. They change the words around. I'm free. You ain't free. We created the bees, birds, all that, all animals, all of them free. So how did we create everything free? We ain't. We was free before we got here. But now, who's maintaining this lie? The demons, like Farrakhan. We're gonna stay here. We're gonna fight this country. They keep you in that darkness, in that mindset, where you think this is great. We wasn't like this before we came here. See here? Same thing. It's the same thing. It's no different. My brothers and sisters. The promised land. Now, promised land is two promised land. See, Eden is America. That's the promised land given to Adam and his seed. And Farrakhan, he said his father's people was white Caucasian, Portuguese white Caucasian Jews. That means he's Caucasian. Black faith. So the promise of Abraham doesn't belong to him. The promise of America does. That was Eden was promised to them. He wants to stay here. He says in Mark, he's Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, turn NOI backwards. Don't think we need a country. He wants to stay here because this is his promised land. He has no promised land in the hereafter. That's why he's not going. He's calling God a liar. Because God says we're going home. It says Arabia gives you exactly between Euphrates and Egypt River. And the point is, he said, tell you that, man, where you going? Because he ain't going nowhere. And he want to keep you here because you're making paradise for them. Remember, the tree was planted here in Eden. And that's what made heaven for them. Once they took the tree down, they had hell. They was thrown into hell. They thrown out of Eden into hell once they took down the tree. You understand? The tree was making heaven for them. We was making heaven for them. Once they attacked us, right? And we was no longer with them, they returned back to hell. They was in all times. That was their nature. I can go more. I'm gonna go make more on that later on today. And just special. Midnight special. I hope you understand this, brothers and sisters. They're going back to their nature. Because this was promised land. Them if they kept Adam, but he had to obey, but he couldn't. He kept slipping, falling back. So when he attacked us, they told him, don't do that. If you do that, says day you will die. Because we the ones make heaven for you. If we make heaven for you, you gotta go back to hell. Because remember, before us, they was in hell. Before us, the Europeans were in hell. Europe was in hell. It was a bastard case. They turned America in hell. If that's why they brought us over here, we made the heaven for them. And once we're gone, they return back to hell. That's exactly what Exodus says. Genesis says. Once they attacked the tree, they was thrown out of the garden into hell. Everlasting hell. You understand? We don't want to make it a heaven for them. So we are promised land for obeying, smitten that, making a hell for them, for doing the Holocaust. Right? This is what I promise. Say, just smit. But then you're going to get this land here, Arabia, who our half brother Ishmael has, and they're online with all this BS because they don't want us to leave here anyway. They want to stay slaves because they sold us into slavery because they don't want to get that land up. It's ours. It's not theirs. See the promise. This is the promised land of Adam, and that means Farrakhan too, because he's the seed of Adam. He's not seed of Abraham. That's why he don't want to talk about going, because he can't go there because the seed wasn't promised to him. The heritage wasn't promised to him. It was because this is Aaron. That's why I'm saying America, protect America. This is their promised land, and that's why they need to keep us here to turn into a paradise. Because if we leave, it turns back into hell again. God got rich off of us, off the nation of Islam. He didn't produce a goddamn thing in 40-some years. He produced damn thing, nothing. Got rich. Okay, bro, says from here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just letting it run from here, brothers and sisters. So it's going to run for a while. I got quite a few things on here. Time to look at it.
Could you give me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, sir. Dr. Gaya, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever increasing in number, and I'm trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash. And the question that we really
with a non-human life form.
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
I just want to read a couple of things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and massive collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. Stuff as interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left.
On the line. I know many of you have already said this, but just for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers And in other cases, they seem to, I came across an email where the word stalked was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is it's an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record, is something alive or not, because even that definition, there was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, it was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Mm-hmm. Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Blue?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay. The reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that there is such technology out there. We're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
Had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of in technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
yes, sir.
Mr. Elizondo, hope I got that right, or not at least.
Close enough, sir.
You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically you could have incursions over just say regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information has been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades. And there's information that will hopefully be entered into the
Can you
record.
think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable
Abraham's seed. Who is Abraham's seed? Indeed, who is Abraham's seed? And that seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. And thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. Okay, then that tells us who Abraham's seed is, because wherever they are, all the nations being blessed by Abraham's seed. So let's investigate. Well, America and Britain, known as Gog and Magog, they got rich off enslaving original people, original black people, for hundreds of years. That's how they got rich. That's how they got blessed. God bless America. That's how they got rich off enslavement of original black people. What about Europe? Well, they got rich through America. America shared their riches with them. And they proceeded to go in and go for themselves and colonize Africa. They increased their wealth. So they got rich off of the wealth of America. America's wealth came from the enslavement of original black people. So Europe got rich. What about China? Well, China got rich from industrial jobs from America to China, transferred to China, that they didn't want the enslaved black people to have. Because black people are still enslaved in America and don't realize it, but they didn't want them to have the jobs, the industrial jobs. They transferred them to China. While instituted private prisons and three-strike laws and prison black people who now don't have the jobs that they sent to China. So now China became wealthy and rich off the jobs that came from America. America got those jobs from their wealth they got from enslaving black people. In India, India's getting rich because they're sending millions of Indians here from India, millions of them, and they're getting rich taking IT jobs. Again, they want the enslaved black people to have. They had a program back in the 70s, whereas they did demographics to find out who's best qualified for the new computer industry that was coming online. And they found out, they discovered that black people, the enslaved black people, were best qualified for those jobs. I know because I went to the program. They did this thing called SIC codes, Standard Industrial Codes. All industry have those. If you work, then you have an industry, you may not know where it is, but there's a SIC code that applies to you, Standard Industrial Code. They found that blacks, they did a research, the demographics, found blacks were best qualified for the industry. So he started, this was during Carter's presidency, so he started a program where they started training black people for those jobs. I know because I went through the program myself. The Urban League would administer the program, IBM would provide the equipment and the instructors. It was a 3-month program, and the outside industry, this is all over America, agreed to take the top 10% of that class. They would hire them. I went to the program. I worked for Montgomery Ward afterwards. And then when Reagan came in, he canceled that program. Because he didn't want blacks. That's a natural industry, national security job kind of job. We don't want the black folks to have it. Get powerful. Next day, we live next door to us. He canceled the program. Canceled coal. And then they had this movie called I'm Alive, Number 5. Well, people hardly knew anything about Indians. There wasn't, you couldn't find an Indian in this country at that time. I'm Alive, Number 5. It was a movie where an Indian person, who people hardly knew what an Indian was, he made a robot and made the robot come alive like a human. It was fantastic. So that gave the impression that Indians was really smart. IT. Next thing you know, they flooded America with Indians. They flooded the prisons with black people. That's a fact. So Indians getting rich off of America, who's got rich off of enslaving and enslaving, oppressing, and exploiting black people, black original people. Exploitation. That's what capitalism, exploitation, maximum profit, minimum overhead. In other words, they can pay you the less to get the most work out of you. That's what slavery is. Work you and pay you, just enough to survive. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. South America, Mexico, all those countries, they get rich off America, especially the immigration come here, they come here, work, send the money back. So they get rich off of the exploitation of black people that made America rich too. Again, that's how you're getting rich, right? That's South America and Arabia. They're getting rich off the oil that they get from America, who got that rich wealth from the exploitation of black people. That's how Arabia's getting rich. All this country Arabia is selling oil to America. They keep the exploitation going. That's how they're getting rich. Again, from America, who's exploiting black people, who got rich off black people, off the enslavement, exploitation of black people. And see, but how's black people done? They're not getting rich. One nation is not getting rich off this process. They're not getting rich. Because we got exploitation, oppression, affliction. Right? It's a symbiotic relationship. Right? They give us a shit, we train to go for them. We out in the fields, we're working, exploiting ourselves, destroying ourselves, right? In the fields, being raped, beat, tortured, afflicted, to produce apple pie, cornbread, biscuits, wine, one's used for them, while it's feeding us chitlins. That's what chitlins are. That's what it actually called them back then. They took the S off, put a C here. Right. And they didn't give us any, we have nice apartments. No, they fed us just like they fed hogs in a trial. That's a fact. All these movies they show we have fireplaces. No, it was nothing like that. Not even close. So everybody got rich, except us. That was once the foundation of other wealth. Our enslavement, our oppression of us. That's how America got rich. America's making everybody else rich off of enslavement of us. So who is the true seed of Abraham? Who's the true seed of Abraham? Okay, let's look at this. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, a hard, great darkness fell upon him. He said unto Abram, know assuredly that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. He shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 16:19 to 20:19. Also, that nation whom they shall serve, I will judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. Now, it doesn't say it's going to judge Jefferson and Washington and Hamilton. It says it's going to judge that nation. Because we got many people saying, well, I had to do it. No, it's going to judge the nation. It's not an individual thing. It's going to judge the whole nation. So you part of that nation that exploited us, that tormented us, that terrorized us 24/7. That's how you made that system. And that's how you got rich. By working us and give us nothing in return. That's capitalism. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. The more you can get, and less you have to pay, that's more wealth you have. That's exactly what happened. So this is what it says. Okay, so it says that's what happened. That's how you know who Abram's seed is. They say they suffered this situation 40 years. So it's going on. And that same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, until I see, have I given this land from the river Egypt unto the great river Euphrates. Well, that's actually Arabia. That's not Palestine. That's Arabia. Look on the map. And that's the promise given to them after 40 years. 1619, 2019. That's the promise. 20 years. Keep that in mind now. Trying to find who Abraham's seed is. And our Lord said to the angels, I'm going to make a place of ruling earth. They said, will that place such as make mischief and shed blood? And we said to the angels, be submissive to Adam. They submitted. But this did not. He refused his pride as one of the disbelievers. So it says that there will be a ruler, right, in the earth that make mischief shed blood. So who's been ruling the earth for the last 500 years? Not Africans, not Arabia, not Chinese, not South America. It's been Europeans, specifically America and Britain, two world empires. Two world empires. There's only been two world empires you know about. Not Genghis Khan, right? Not Alexander the Great. They weren't world empires. Rome wasn't a world empire. Global empire. America and Britain, only two, was they talk about in chapter 20, Gog and Magog. They will cover horrors. Okay? So it said, submit. And so the only people that totally submit is the people that was totally oppressed by them, who's in total submission to them. For 40 years, total submission. That's what it said earlier. Total submission. Where they exploited us and got rich off of us for 40 years, total submission. So we were in submission to, and they would make mischief shed blood. And that's exactly what Europeans have been doing, Christians been doing for 40 years. What has Christianity been doing? Has been saving lives, been genocide, murder, rape, torment, terror. That's the legacy of Christianity for the last 5 years. Disease, war. So that's what Adam is. Okay, let's move on. Incidentally, the only people that refuse submit to Adam in any way, economically, religiously, spiritually, governmental wise, right? Religiously, is the Sunni Arabs in Arabia. They say, I'm not submitting any of that. I'm gonna keep on doing what I was doing before. What does that mean? Okay, this is what Jesus says in the book of Revelations. They call an angel. Known of you the tribulation and the poverty, but rich you are. And the blessed are those of the saying they're Jews and are not, but synagogue of Satan. So wait a minute, is Jesus saying that? He's saying those saying they're Jews are not. He said they're synagogue of Satan. What does he mean by that? He said people say they're Jews, they're not. Says synagogue of Satan. Right? Okay, well, let's go on. And this is what it says in the New Testament, right? They answer him, we be Abraham's seed, and we never in bondage any. Wait a minute. It says Abraham's seed, we're in bondage. This was 2,000 years ago now. And they said they never been in bondage to anybody. That's the same right here. They never been in bondage to anybody. So they tell them right there that we would never been slaves, 40 years. We never, any time. So that excludes them, doesn't it? That's the Jews talking. And know that you are Abraham's seed, but you seek to kill me because my word have no place in you. I speak that which I see of my father, and you do that which you see with your father. He said, remember, we ain't got the same father. But Jesus telling them, we don't have the same father. Let's look a little further into that. And they asked him, said, Abraham is our father. Jesus said to him, if ye were Abraham's children, Jesus questioned were they, right? You would do the works of Abraham. But you seek to kill me, a man that have given you the truth, which I have heard from God. Abraham did not do this. You did these of your fathers. You're not doing the deeds of Abraham's fathers. You're doing these of your fathers. So who is their father? It just said that if God were your father, you would love me. For I proceeded forth and came forth from God, neither came I of myself, but he sent me. So why do you not understand my speech, even because you cannot hear my word? You have your father the devil. He said the Jews' father's the devil. And lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not the truth, because there's no truth in him. When he speak a lie, he speak of his own. For he's a liar and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, you believe me, you believe not in me, which if you convinced me of sin. If I say the truth, why do you not believe me? He that is of God hears God's words. Ye therefore hear them not, because you are not of God. So Jesus questioned. He said, "No, you're not Abraham's seed. You're not God here, right?" Let's go a little further. And Jesus said there, "If God were your father, you would love me. If I proceeded forth and came forth from God, neither of myself but sent me. Why do you not understand my speech? Even because you cannot hear my word. Ye of your father the devil. Love your father, you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in truth, because he has no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." Again. Okay, and back here again. Now, what's the question? "And thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice." Okay, what was the voice? Oh, Smith. Just go ahead and do it what he wants you to do. So go ahead and make him rich. But the only nation that hasn't been blessed is the original nation. So that tells you who Abraham's seed is. Because what nation has just been blessed by the Jews? What nation has been blessed by them? The only nation blessed by them is them. They have not blessed anybody but themselves. They have not enriched anybody but themselves. They have enriched anyone but themselves. They're not enriched any nation on this planet. And they exploit also, even they exploit us as well as the Americans here. Because, I mean, you look at Hollywood, how they exploit black people, how they exploit so-called rappers and everything when they take control of the music and everything. So the only person they ever made rich themselves. So how could they be a seed of Abraham? How can this apply to them? And that seed shall all the nation, whose seed shall all the nation been blessed, made rich, our seed, the nation, seed of the original people. Seed of the original people. It's clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? Well, do you abide in the truth? Or do you want to hold on to falsehood and lies? Abraham's seed. See? Abraham's seed. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's Abraham's seed. I think we eliminated false Israel as the seed of Abraham. Now, you're going to believe Scripture? You're going to believe God? You're going to believe in Jesus? Just quote him. Quote the Scripture. Who's making all the nations rich? We are. Original nation. Abraham's seed. There you go. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, National Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now. And we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. You know, they stay there. 6 states, right? Their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they will make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. They paid $1 million. Said, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. If you promise us we got 6 states, they're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they have big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states. He never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 days to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? In schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later. It's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? And it's oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they doing the farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Oh, crap. It found out that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, you look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic Covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, okay, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. What comes about your problems? You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, planes from nowhere. We're not about to fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened in like For a year, they thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to them replace it, the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Okay. You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, tell him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Black folks are one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay. Right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? Say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. Right? Which is not printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you're going to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you have 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. But you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You see? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, they less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth an ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Pay $1. Hardly worth anything. Oh, what about your aid? That's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? You've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees and took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So, it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was all happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications, you don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have an engineer, build a house, you don't have anything. Because Farrakhan didn't, right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw at your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. They closed the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we remember, now blacks either they live in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works. And they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone, he talking to the guy that you kept feeding help you. We finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for BMW. It looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything that we asked for. What are we going to do, Farrakhan? What are we going to do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million. How much that is? If it's 17 million, that would be 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have seceded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Or anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. This homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why say go out there and take care of you when you was right here? He was working at Popeyes, and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. Oh, I just got a call. Wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something they call it right there. That 6 day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Oh, really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked, Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. Well, they did, don't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him, said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea, he was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, bro, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Well, they're not getting more reports on. Okay, he says that was Master Farrakhan Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. And they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters. Got another late report in. They said, well, if you want to come and get us, we at least send them some food. They begged him, please send us some food. That's what I'm saying. We got to send them a damn thing. Nothing. Zero. He said, please just send some food. I just got that in. He says, we can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. Refuse. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, sent that, and he's read it to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no. No way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Basic biology teaches us that the father carries the seed, the mother has the egg. But as a seed, you start as a sperm, you're alive. The egg is not alive. It's living material, but it's not alive. But the sperm is alive. That you start as a sperm. You was alive, and you went to the egg, and you developed. But you start as a sperm. That means the sperm is a seed. So you are whatever your father is, period. That's basic biology. Now we know that Farrakhan's father is Percival Clark. And you can Google it. His father's a devil. So Farrakhan's a devil. He's skin folk. He's not kinfolk. He's like, they said, oil, black on the outside, white on the inside. He's a devil, which scripture refer to as a demon, half devil, half man. That's basic. So he could not possibly be a seed of Abraham. He could not be possibly be a seed of Abraham. He's a devil. He's an enemy. That's why he don't want to call devils anymore, because he don't want his children, right, to know their grandfather's a devil. He don't want to have them call their grandfather's a devil. That's why Elijah Muhammad never told him that. That's a lie. I was there. I was there during that time, 1970s. Elijah Muhammad never told him not to call devils, because he loses the term all the way to his departure. So that's clear. So why are you deceived when that's clear biology? He doesn't deny it. He's kind of changed his office. His father's a light-skinned Jamaican. Just look it up. You can Google it. Percival Clark's father, a devil. And he missed it in interviews and things. So there's no confusion there, brothers and sisters. And there's confusion. It's confusion in your mind. Right? And scripture refers to him as Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds. That's his real name. Louis, he had some dispute about the grounds, but his real name is Louis Eugene Grounds. That's why Legion were demons that was confused, was betraying us. Not betraying us, but deceiving us. Right? Using us. Right? He turned NOI backwards. Now, how would he become a millionaire? He doesn't have any business, anything. And his son was also a devil, because he's a devil. He's a multimillionaire, and he's an idiot. Think about that, right? You are what your father is. Now, the way they try to get around is, oh, well, it doesn't matter who your mother or father is. Really? Then why you need sperm aid? So God made you in the womb. That's what counts. But what did he make you with? You see? And if you buy that, you buy it. Basic biology, brothers and sisters. Basic biology.
Farrakhan claims his father may have been a Jew. By J. Correspondent, April 26, 1996. Sign up for Weekday J and get the latest on what's happening in the Jewish Bay Area. Washington, D.C. Louis Farrakhan suspects that his father may have been Jewish. At least that's what he tells Henry Louis Gates Jr. in the current issue of the New Yorker magazine. Speaking of his father's white Portuguese parents, the Nation of Islam leader said, "I'm going to tell you something. You really want to know what I think? I think they were members of the Jewish community." He added, "I believe that in my blood, and not in a bad way. Because when I was a little boy I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah." Gates, citing an academic source, says Farrakhan's assertion about his lineage is highly probable given that nearly all people of Iberian descent in Jamaica and Barbados are of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Farrakhan was born in 1933, the son of May Clark, who was from Barbados. He was named Gene after his father, a light-skinned man with straight hair from Jamaica. His father, Gates writes, was a philanderer whom the family rarely saw. "If in my lineage there are Jews, I would hope that in the end, before my life is over, I not only will have rendered a service to my own beloved community of black people but will also have rendered a service to the Jewish community," Farrakhan was quoted as saying. In the interview with Gates, which reportedly lasted 9 hours, the Nation of Islam leader also made reference to wise Jews who plan evil, the international conspiracy of Jewish bankers and overwhelming Jewish complicity in the slave trade. Jewish groups expressed outrage over Farrakhan's latest public statements. Farrakhan's effort to make it appear that he is merely criticizing the evil he finds in his own Jewish antecedents is a reflection of the bizarre and ludicrous nature of his entire behavior towards Jews, Phil Baum, executive director of the American Jewish Congress, said in a statement. Meanwhile, a planned protest against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith fizzled last week when Washington, D.C., police denied former Nation of Islam spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad entrance to the B'nai B'rith office. Flanked by 4 bodyguards in black fatigues, Muhammad took a moment to rail against the ADL and the Jewish community before he departed the scene. "This is a criminal organization and a criminal enterprise that has lied and spied on black leaders and black organizations," said Muhammad, who was dismissed as Farrakhan's spokesman in 1994 in the wake of a national controversy surrounding a vehemently anti-Semitic speech he delivered at Keene College in New Jersey. Muhammad called the ADL and its parent organization, B'nai B'rith, one of the main arteries of improper propaganda and nefarious activity that has greatly influenced the larger American Jewish community. In brief remarks to reporters, Muhammad said the black man and black woman are the chosen people of God, and we want to put an end to this lie of the so-called Jews, these people who crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few years ago claiming our birthright. Standing astride Muhammad was Malik Zulu Shabazz, the leader of the Washington, D.C.-based Unity Nation, who gained notoriety for leading anti-Semitic chants at Howard University student rallies in 1994. Shabazz said the ADL is an oppressive organization that comes from a people that are by nature evil and wicked. Tommy Baer, international president of B'nai B'rith, called the protesters messengers of hate that are harming relations between blacks and Jews, and between blacks and whites. We would prefer that there be serious dialogue between responsible Jewish and black leaders who oppose this hateful rhetoric to improve relations and discuss important issues, Baer said in a statement. Muhammad said that by locking their doors, B'nai B'rith and the ADL showed that they are afraid to deal with us head-on. He added, "It would be better to just deal with me because there could be an occasion where we would return with an army." After the abortive protest, another rally against the ADL planned by Muhammad and Shabazz fell flat when officials at Howard University announced they would not be allowed onto the campus. The two have been barred from the university since 1994.
He's getting the thing so that when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. I'm telling you what he said. I died at the table. I mean, it was like he had taken a spark and drove it right through my heart. I couldn't understand why he said it. I didn't know why he would say something like that to me. I was faithful to him in my own way, I thought. I was obedient to him in my own way, I thought. Why would he say that to me? It is because he knew tomorrow better than I knew yesterday. And I lived through yesterday and don't know what tomorrow is, but that man saw tomorrow. He was the most perfect guy that ever could come to a people, brother and sister. But we blew it, man, because we so hateful of our black selves that we didn't believe that God would dare take a black man and not only make him a messenger, but more than a messenger, deposit in the man himself and make a God out of him for you and me. Now listen, brother, I'm not playing here. That man, Elijah Muhammad, is the most profound individual you will ever meet. I don't give a doggone if you live to be a million. And those of us that walk with him in faithlessness, walk with him in doubt and in suspicion of his divinity, know it better now than we ever knew it while he was among us. We know it now. And I say this with deep humility, man, it pains me to open myself up and see a hypocrite laying inside. But how else can a man be healed unless he's opened up to the light and the thing that is in him that is not pleasing to God be removed? You understand? Now here's the messenger looking at me. And because Malcolm told me that the messenger was jealous, and members of the messenger's family had dropped it out that the messenger was jealous, I began to entertain the thought because I couldn't see the future. Now listen. I fought it off, but it was there. Hear this now, beloved. One day in New York, 70,000 people came out to hear the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It is the largest gathering of black people, really, I think, in the history of our sojourn in America, to listen to a black man teach wisdom. And this ain't no play. I was so overjoyed, I went to the messenger and I said to him, the apostle, there were 70,000 people. And back in, again, 3 months later, we did it again, and 40,000 came out on a Sunday afternoon to hear a lecture in Randall's Island. And you know, when I was so exultant, he may use the word cocky, he may use the word vain, self-centered, whatever you want to say. When God gives you success, you better learn how to handle it, or that thing will destroy you. And I didn't know how to handle what God was bringing to me. And it been very frank and honest. And this is not negative, but it's so good to understand how merciful God is. He brings you up and show you the power that can come to you, but he knows you can't handle it. He'll drop you right back down and then bring you up in humility so that whatever he gives you, you'll be able to handle it well. Now look, beloved, when I was telling the messenger about this 70,000 and this 40,000, you know what he said to me? He got real sad and he said, you know, brother, the time is coming when you may go to the temple and there may not be one believer there but yourself. I couldn't believe it. I said, we got 7,000 Muslims in New York. And there's 70,000 people out there reaching for his teaching. How could I go to the temple and there be no believer there? I didn't know what he knew. I didn't know at all, but he knew it all. Now let me say this and conclude this whole thing. Brothers and sisters, when they announced that the messenger was dead and his son took the leadership, we all bowed to his son. I think it was a great show of respect for him that no war, no fighting broke out over who gonna be the leader, this, that, and the other. It was one of the most smooth transitions of any black organization in the history of America. But we, in submitting to him, we did not know what he had in his heart. Though we should have had some indication, since historically he had always been in rebellion against his father. But when we saw him standing with his father, we took it for granted he had overcome his difficulty with his daddy, and nothing was more pleasing to me than to see that son return to his father to help carry on his father's work. And even though the father, in truth, now, had told the people to listen to Farrakhan. Yes, he did. I didn't feel qualified to carry on the work. And when Wallace stood up, I said, okay, I will back him. And in sincerity, I backed him. But look at the pause now. The man started teaching against the 40 years of his father. And the more he taught against his father, some of us went crazy. I mean, some of the Muslims actually went into insane asylums. Some of them, yes, it's true. Some of the Muslims just couldn't handle it. Some Muslims walked out of that beautiful house on Stony Island, which rightfully belongs to you. See, it don't belong to hypocrites. It belongs to you. And one day it'll be again in your hands if it be the will of Allah. Yes, brothers and sisters. The believers walked out. Some stayed there horrified and really petrified to hear a son say things like this against his own father, his own benefactor. Some of the Muslims believed it, took the flag down to took our uniforms off. Sisters took off their robes. And to think now that this man who taught us for all these years, that he tricked us, there's too much to bear. So some of the brothers went back in the street, picked up their reefer, and was selling reefer. Some of us went and picked up drugs, harder drugs, sold them. Some of us became pimps. Some of us went back and became worse than we were before we met Elijah Muhammad. It's true. Some of the sisters went back to sweethearting with devils. Some of them had never gone with a devil, but decided I'll try it out. Some of the brothers had never laid with a white woman, decided I'll try it out. I mean, we went totally crazy, brother. There's just a handful that held on to the messenger, and they held on by a thread. Just a thread. But look at what happened. Just look. Look at the comma. We're talking about a comma now. And what the comma means. The comma means a pause. Now the pause is here. Wallace has done his work, and he failed to destroy his father's name. He failed to destroy his father's reputation. And 4 years ago, this very month, I was awakened from my hypocrisy, from my falling backward. And I stood up and said, I am going to, by Allah's help, rebuild the work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not my work, not your work, his work. Now listen, that cause, I went all over the world during that pause. And everywhere I've been, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching showed me that that man was correct. More correct than I ever believed he was. He was not only correct, but he was right and exact. And there's a difference between just being correct and being right and exact. That means not one jot or tittle of his message should be altered in any way.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups. Bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing cry to return to their native land and people, and you here today to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turn your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Ask yourself. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, how you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that. We want an equal education so that you will look better. But separate 18 ago on the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. Under such schooling system, we believe we will make a definition of our people. The United States government should provide free for all. Allow the necessary books and equipment for schools and colleges. We believe that is nothing but right and justice that they should build schools and colleges and universities and everything necessary to equip them for the teachings and trainings that we so miserably need and desire. The Muslim teachers shall be left free to teach them and train our people in the way of righteousness and the way of peace and self-respect. And we believe that intermarriage race mixing should be prohibited between the two races. We want the religion of Islam for our people, and we want it taught to our people without injury or suppression. These are some of the things that we, the believers in Allah, Islam, is true religion of entire submission. We are called Muslims of entire submission. We are called Muslims. We who have submitted ourselves to do the will of Almighty God. We are the people that want nothing other than righteousness. And we are the people that want to leave America for our own self-income. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. In the way of the Samaritan, in the way of the Gentile, but to the lost sheep. And then one he said, go into all the world, to every nation, kindred, and tongue. If you will look at the message of the article in our Father, his first was directed to black people because he was in the word convention. But not only are we wrong, the whole human family is wrong. Evolve. And we have to evolve in Christ. There is no right, no Jew, no bond, no free, no male, no female. That means that we all are involved. Our manifestation, sexism, racism, materialism, in order to play in Christ.
This proves that he is an agent for the FBI because he gave him every point that they mentioned, he gave every one of them. You know, stop race hatred, calling devils. He gave every point they asked for. Every point. This proves. So why are people still with him with all this information? He's not see Abraham, proves he's an agent, right? And further, you're going to see in a minute, he doesn't even believe in Master Muhammad. He says, Master Muhammad is, you can't believe him because he's flesh. He prays. If he prays, who he's praying to, then we should be praying to him, whoever Master Muhammad is praying to. He's an agent. Skin folk, not kinfolk. It's clear, brothers and sisters. That's who Farrakhan is.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes. That's real, brother minister. Both sides. That's real. When we was alive, we set up schools.
Right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
The accuser of our people is cast down. What does that mean? Who is the accuser? Let's give an analogy, brothers and sisters, a mathematical analogy. Say you have a car going down the road at 50 miles an hour. And it's going down the road going north at 50 miles an hour. And there's a westerly wind at 50 miles an hour. Then what direction will that car be going? Well, the math tells us that if you're going in northwest direction, because the wind's pushing it north and west, and it's going to go north, so it's going to be going northwesterly direction as long as that wind is blowing. So whose fault is it that the car is going in northwest direction rather than north? Obviously the wind, because the wind stopped blowing, it's going to continue going north. I mean, that's basic math. So who do you accuse? Who are you blaming for the redirection? You have to blame the wind for that. But if you're blaming the car, that means you're ignorant or you trying to deceive someone. Now that applies to our situation, because we're going, we was one way before we came here, right? And now we're going a different way, right? But we impacted by the people that brought us here, right? So they like the wind and we like the car. So now we're going another direction. So whose fault is that, right? Okay, another way. The wind is blowing. You can't see the wind, but you see the leaves. They say, oh, the leaves are blowing northward. That means the wind must be blowing northward. And you can tell how fast the wind is blowing because how much the leaves are shaking, right? So you can tell a lot about the wind, even though you can't see it, by the effect it's having. By the effect it's having. So the same thing us, because you see, if you know the leaves, how they are when they're sitting there. They have no wind blowing, anything. They would just be in there. So they move. That means there got to be a wind blowing. Same thing. If we're different than we were, that means the difference is based on the effect that they have on us. So if we came over here righteous people, and now we foolish and ignorant and dumb and whores and pimps, that's the effect they have on us. That means that's who they are. See? But they saying that's who we are. They blaming us, right? See how but that's not where we were here. That's the effect. And now they're blaming us for the effect they have on us. The wind is blaming us for going northwest when it's the wind that's causing it. You understand, brothers and sisters? Just look at this, okay? And watch this. And this is using vector, right? Vectors are the math, right? Language of force. So look at this. Now that's us going the right direction, vertical, upright, right? And this way it was going before this happened. Oh, they came and affected us. But see, they're different from us. If they was the same as us, in other words, the wind was blowing, you had a tailwind, that means you're going fast, you still be going north. You're still going faster north because you got that wind blowing in your favor. And the wind the same as, but it's blowing against you, that means you're going slower, but you're still going the same direction. But if you're going, if it's different from you, right, then, right, like this case, perpendicular, so they different from us. Because if they were the same as us, we wouldn't have changed. So, and what happens? What's the effect of that? Vector tell us that this would happen. Now we go in that direction, and the colors change. So, well, what? Whose fault is that? That's their fault. But they blame it on us. And that's what Farrakhan's doing. He blamed us for what his people are doing, because remember, he's a devil, his father's a devil. That means he's a seed of his father. It means he's a devil. Pure, that's basic biology. He's what your father is. So he's not kinfolk, he's skinfolk. He's like an Oreo, black on the white side and you white on the inside. So he thinks exactly like they do, so he's blaming us too. Oh, yeah, remember the so-called Million Man March, the first one? The second was a failure because he blamed, because he had 1 million people out there and then he came out there to blame them. Your fault. You got to atone. You got to repent. You got to stop sinning. The day of judgment is coming. No, that's all bullshit. That's why they keep pushing that. He's the accuser of us. He's been accused of 40-some years, accusing us for what they're doing, his people are doing. Remember, he's a devil. He's working for them. You understand? So we're blameless. According to, if you understand the scriptures clearly, we're blameless. To blame, the judgment, it says he's not going to judge us. Read the Abrahamic covenant. He's not going to blame us for what happened. He's going to blame and judge the nation for what they did to us. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters.
Look outside of religion to put his ideas together. He looked at Christianity. He might even look at the Hinduism. I don't know. Jainism. Who knows? I know he looked mostly at Christianity as given in the Bible. Okay? And the Bible says of Christ Jesus, peace be upon him. Not that we follow this. What I'm giving you to show what influence, perhaps influence, Mr. Farrakhan. A master Farrakhan. He was a master psychologist. He knew how to deal with people with problems and help them. So he, I said, looked at the Bible too to see what can we get from the Bible. There's other people who are already in the Bible. Even in the Bible. He believed in the Bible in the church. And he found where Jesus said, it said of Jesus about me, he took mud and he put on the blind man's eye, and the blind man right away could see. Mud on his eyes. That's what God did. He put mud on our eyes. I think to keep us from seeing what we were seeing before. And once the mud is washed off, we can see it strong. We can see the Quran. We can see Muhammad. But it's no question that either through the myth or through the methodology, he's an important person. And no one was any question. Look at Friday. He treated all the people who were coming of Islam as students. And he said, what means and methods? He asked the question, what means and methods must be used to solve our problems, to make us? He asked the question himself.
Yes. According to what Honorable Muhammad said to us, Master Farrakhan Muhammad gave him 104 books. And Elijah Muhammad said to me, the best of those books was the Holy Quran. and the other 103 all contained aspects of the life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The only picture we have of Farrakhan Muhammad is his eyes looking into the Quran. That's true. So what was he teaching us? And laughing on that, I made a tape as a representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I taught something on the history of Jesus as he taught it. And when I came out to the house, he had my tape with red on the back of it. And he said to me, I don't want you teaching what I taught 40 years ago. I want you to teach the meaning of what I taught. Because truth was hidden inside of that, but not necessarily that. Then he said, I'm sick and tired of my ministers quoting the Bible. He said the Quran is the root of Muhammad, so study the Quran. So to me, the man that was moving us in a direction that we did not want. I will humbly say this. The old world of Islam to interfere with our coming up. I agree 100%. And I ask myself, why didn't he want the old world of Islam to interfere with our coming up? Because from a humble heart, he taught us to love Islam, to love our world of Islam, to respect our world of Islam. But he also knew that our world of Islam had deviated. And by our coming to the Prophet, who was without blemish, but yet we had to come to him through those who represented him. And we didn't always represent him properly. So by keeping us from the old world of Islam and rearing us in this way, when we would come to the Prophet, we would come in a way that we would not allow the corruption of our world of Islam to influence our behavior. That's right. No one would have any disagreement with that before, too. Yes, it's the second time I'm hearing this from Minister. He shared that with me before, and I appreciate it because I didn't hear my father say that, but I know he said it, and I really appreciate my father telling the ministers that he wanted them to not to stay in the Bible like they were. He wanted them to go to the Quran. And lastly on this point, there's a picture of Master Farrakhan Muhammad reading the Quran, Elijah Muhammad sitting in a chair, and what it would be Muhammad with his hand on his father's shoulder with the Quran in his hand. This is his assignment. To preach the Quran. This is our assignment, whether we follow the Imam or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to make the Quran our study. And the more we study the Quran, we will see what needs correction in what Master Farrakhan Muhammad left with us. And to all of the listeners who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, if you remember in the lessons that Elijah Muhammad answered these questions, and it said that these are very near correct. The question is, who will correct what was very near correct and make it fully correct without disavowing those that started us on this marvelous road toward Islam.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of disavowal, because I hear from Imam Waristein also that there is acknowledgement of the tremendous role that Master Farad Muhammad played in terms of bringing the Afro-American community towards Islam. So that's undeniable, uncontested. But what we were trying to sort of separate out was this whole idea, which is a very horizontal prayer of Islam, that is unity of God, and if you have gotten the explanation from you that you were not dealing with Farad Muhammad as God on earth, then we are fine. We can go forward with this discussion, please.
I'm a student of the Bible also.
Yes.
In fact, I began studying the Bible to find out how was I to preach Islam in America. I knew if I was going to preach Islam in America, I'd be preaching to Christians, and they really knew the Bible, not that really want to be giving it. So I should know also what we believe in. And all of the imams, all of the ministers of Almighty Muhammad, they told me to be acquainted with what they believe in. Then we know how to talk to them. So what I'm getting at is this. I know that Jesus Christ, according to the Bible, he didn't say, I am God. He didn't even say, I'm the Son of God. He asked one of his disciples, Peter, he said, Peter, who do you say I am? And Peter said, and Mr. Farad asked all the Elijah Muhammad, who do you say? And he gave the answers, and the answers we have not from Mr. Farad, who is the God, but from my Father. So he says his answers are very near correct, as you said. And he said he gave us student enrollment, he gave us English lessons, he gave us history, he gave us problem book. Problem book. Why problem book? He's telling us what I'm giving you is problematic. It has problems. Yes. It has problems for your destiny, for where I want you to go, to Islam. But these problems are going to make your mind work, make your brain work. Yes. So he planned for me to come to real Islam, and it worked. So as we sum up this part of the discussion regarding the belief and the connections with the Ummah at large, are we then saying that we all here believe in one God and the finality of Prophet Muhammad, and that's where it ends, or that's where it ends? And that's where it begins.
That's where it begins. Yeah, it could be, yeah. Let's see. And when you're coming this way, I said, please, I'll be there in September. I'm coming out that way. He said, well, I'll come and meet you. Right after Labor Day, I went to Los Angeles. And Gabriel didn't have any money, borrowed some money to get there. I think he had a dime in his pocket and had on some shoes that was too big for his feet. But he got there, and he had a book in a paper bag. We met in Hollywood, hotel where I was staying. He asked me about Master Farad Muhammad. I said, well, I love him very much. I don't believe he's gone. He asked me about the messenger, and I said, I love him very, very much, but I don't see him now. The messenger, I see Prophet Muhammad as the messenger. He said, well, he said, here, you use it. And when you finish reading this, then I'll talk to you. I went upstairs in the room, and I took the book out. It was about Jesus. He had written it himself. He came back the first day to check on me. The first day, he knocked on the door. When I opened, when the door was open, the book was in between the bed, the two beds in the room. And I went back, I told them I was just kneeling down in between the two beds, reading the book. And I finally got me. I told him what chapter I was on. He said, well, keep going. I'll talk to you. And on the third day, I finished the book. When you want something, to see yourself working in Scripture. On the third day, in the year of my recovery, I rose from the dead. And when Brother Gabriel came back, the very words you exactly who I was. Your eye operation has been a great success. The scales have been removed from my eye. Those are the words he saw the light and met Jesus in a vision on the road to Damascus. Oh, brother, I've been a hypocrite. And he tried to compromise me. I've been a hypocrite in my message.
How's we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. It's your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday where you should be honoring Jesus. You are bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus from your house and trees. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to the people. When they were put on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, John Hawkins brought our parents here. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. See, and when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to allow us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is perfect. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing firm to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to see the very thing that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land, turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seek to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your I see that question. They go with your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemn you for being such fools as now? What to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools.
When I wanted to be separated and go to your arm, salvation for your son. The white man said you will free. Remember that. This we mean that he should be free from the names and faults of him by his former slaves. We believe also that these names which identify him as being the slave master's slave should be taken away from him if he is free. He should give them up. We believe that if we are free indeed, we should not go in slave master's name. We should go in our own people's name, our nation, the black people of the earth, and we are the owners of that nation. And we believe in justice for all, whether in God or not. Everyone should be given justice according to his works. We believe as that we are due equal justice as human beings. We believe in equality as a nation of people. We do not believe that we are equal without slave masters. And this status of a free slave or for free slaves. We recognize and respect American white citizens as independent people. And we respect the laws which govern this nation. We believe that the offer of integration is hypocritical and is made by those who are trying to deceive the black people and to believe that they are 400 years old over in slave masters and his children. Freedom, justice, and equality, and all of a son and friends. Furthermore, we believe that such deception is intended to prevent people from realizing that the divine district has arrived for the separation from the whites or white Americans. If the white people are truthful about their professed friendship towards the so-called Negro, they can prove it by dividing America with the so-called Negro. That's not slave. Given a home somewhere that to live to himself. We do not believe that America will ever be able to punish enough jobs for all millions of unemployed, in addition to jobs for the 20 million black people as well. And we believe that we, who declare to be righteous Muslims, should not participate in war which takes the lives of human beings. We believe if we are righteous, we should prove it by the staying righteous and neutral when it comes to anything that is other than right, except for that which is imposed upon us. And the Holy One teaches us we should not never be oppressed to anyone. Fight only when we are against. Thank you. I know that this should give you a knowledge of the Muslims' belief. Now we talk to another which is always as well as who is the Muslim. This question is what the Muslim wants. This is asked frequently by both the white and the black. The answer to this question I shall state as simple as possible. Number one, we want freedom. We want a full and complete freedom. Number two, we want justice, equal justice under the law of justice. We want justice applied equally to all, regardless of creed or class or color. Thirdly, we want equality of opportunity. We want equal membership in a good society, a society of righteousness, a society of civilized people who believes in peace, who believes in practice peace and kindness and righteousness. For we want people in America whose parents or grandparents were descendants from slaves. And to be allowed to go to them in some separate territory of this country if we are not allowed to return to our own land and people. Let us leave you. Let us go to our people. Let us live somewhere to ourselves. This is what we want. We want to be our own selves. We love our own selves. We love peace and contentment. We want to be at peace. And we want to be contented. We can't live in peace with you. This has been proved over a period not over 400 long years. Either on this continent or elsewhere, we believe that our former slave masters are obligated to provide the choice, and that the aliens must be full and minerally rich. What I mean, we don't want no hidden reservations. We don't want no deserts. We want land that we can produce the necessity of life on for ourselves and our people, as you have now. We believe that our former slave masters are obligated to maintain and supply needs in this separate territory for the next 20 to 25 years. Until we are able to produce and supply our needs. Since we cannot get along with you in peace, and there is no equality between us, activity, you 400 years of our sweat and blood, and receiving in return some of the moist
which treated that human beings have we believe our contribution to this land and people, the white race, is suffering forced upon us by white America, justifies our demand for complete separation in a state of terror of our own. Now, we want freedom for all believers of Islam who are now in very privileged of we want freedom for all black men and women. Now, some of them is even under death sentence in prison in the United States of North America, as well as elsewhere, anywhere they are held as prisoners. We want every black brother and sister, man or woman, to have the freedom to accept or reject being separated from the slave master's children and accept any land of their. We know that the bold plan for the solution of the black and white conflict that is now going on between them is the best and only answer to the problem between the two people, black and white. Separation is only the answer. Separation is the solution to this 400-year-old problem. And it is written and prophesied by Abraham that we would be lost and found among strangers and in a strange land. And after 400 years, God Himself would judge that people and bring again into our own who has been lost in our lives. Since we want an intermediate into the police brutality and all that acts against we, the so-called American Negro, throughout America, which we believe and are satisfied is bound to end in the destruction of one or both. We believe that the federal government should intercede to see that black men and women in their white groups receive justice in accordance with the law of justice of this land. To build a new nation of ourselves and for ourselves, dedicated to justice, freedom, and liberty. We, number 7, believe that this is the best way to bring about peace among our people and yours. As long as we are to be separated into a state of we did not only equal justice under the law of the United States of America,
But we also feel that we are justified and sharing in equal employment and equal opportunities. We believe that this should be done. We do not believe that after 400 years of free, free labor, sweat and blood, which have helped America become rich and the most powerful of her kind throughout the earth. That so many thousands of black people, we, the black people, should have to subsist on relief, or live in warehouses. 8. We want the government of the United States to accept people from all sections, as long as we are deprived of equal justice on the level of the land. However, the last one and the first one was, since we all know land here, out of all the 50 states now that America's on, she has not as yet offered to her 22 million free slaves who served that for 300 years in slavery. Not even the teeniest state in the Union. You have a slave nothing to go on. While Israel was offered something to leave Egypt with, a few gold pieces. They were found to get out of Egypt. But we have been let loose like cattle. Not even having any chance whatsoever to know. They went from our slave masters to our own. And they would not carry us back to our people. Let us remember these things. Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people. And they was put on all the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our parents here. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old river, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they must put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and strange people who have proven to them every mile of their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived.
with, they were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was named Jesus, this is that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to allow us out in a mental state, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people and you here today, crying to see the very minute that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your ordinary land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seek to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I see that question. Take over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Now, they like, you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as not what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own nation for your son. The white man said you were free. Remember that. We want equal education so that you will know better. But separated in separate schools up to 16 for the boys and 18 for girls. On the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want all black children educated, taught and trained by their own teachers. On the state school system, we believe we will make a foundation of our people. The United States government should provide free for all. The exercise, textbooks, and equipment for schools and colleges. We believe that it's nothing right and just that they should build schools and colleges and universities and everything necessary to equip them for the teaching
miserably need and desire. The restaurants, teachers shall be left free to teach them and train our people in the way of righteousness and the way of peace and self-restraint. Okay. We believe that race mixing should be prohibited between the two races. We worship the religion of Islam for our people, and we want it taught to our people without hindrance or suppression. These are some of the things that we believers in Allah and Islam, His true religion of entire community. We are all Muslims. We who have submitted ourselves to do the will of Almighty God. We are the people that want nothing other than righteousness. And we are the people that want clean America for our all. Separate Christ. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
This picture here is a picture that was in Muhammad Speak newspaper when I was there when Elijah Muhammad was president in the 70s. And it was posted in every FOI meeting. We had meeting every Saturday morning. It was posted every FOI meeting. And you can't see the small print in the left-hand corner there. But what he's saying, he says, he's speaking to them. See, he's at the end of the boat, right? And everybody's leaving. I mean, but some stayed. And those are the one on the shore. What you can't see, I'm trying to find a larger cap. What you can't see is that those are the people that stayed, that didn't listen, that wanted to stay with Farrakhan, right? We ain't going nowhere. And you see them, they're running with devils beating with sticks. Devils chasing them, beating with sticks. That's what I said. If only have believed in Allah and follow me. That's what it's saying there. So it's clear. But like Farrakhan, we're not going anywhere, which means he's calling God a liar. He's calling Elijah Muhammad a liar. He's calling Scripture a liar. Because it says clearly, he says, we're not going anywhere. We're not going nowhere. That's what he says. Right? And the Scripture said we are. Elijah Muhammad, that's what he taught. Right? That's what Master Muhammad said, the purpose of coming here. But Farrakhan, why? Because he's one of them. And they don't want us to leave because we are the foundation of their creativity. Think about that. They say, oh, they're so creative because they white folks, right? Well, Germany's almost all white, isn't it? And France almost all white, isn't it? And Britain. Well, how come no creativity come out of there? Creativity is because we're here. That's a story about making bricks without straw. You have to be creative to do that. And that's why they didn't want us to leave, because then they'd be exposed. We are the creativity. They're technical, but without a blueprint, without an idea, your technical ability is worthless. Understand that, brothers and sisters. See? But this is right here is clear. That's what Elijah Muhammad taught. Farrakhan, I said, I'd give $1,000 to anyone who can prove that Farrakhan is faithful teaching Elijah Muhammad's teachers and Master Muhammad's lessons. Anyone, $1,000. And I've been saying for years, and no one stepped up because they know they can't. So they can keep continuing fooling you to get money out of you, because that's what they're all about. Farrakhan is a multimillionaire. His idiot sons are multimillionaire. They have no business anywhere. He hasn't produced anything. They say he's brought back Nathan Islam. He has not. He's got a little temple over there someplace. Moses study groups all over the country, right? That bring money in. And they had his sister out in the streets doing fundraising. I mean, he's pimping his sisters. Like father, like son. His father was a devil, raped his mama, so now he's raping the nation of Islam. He's the one in Malachi says, robbing the nation. There's 3 people in Malachi. It's the God,
It's Elijah. I mean, it's 4 people actually. The God that raised Elijah, right? And Elijah was supposed to prepare the way for the message of the covenant. That's 3 right there. The God, Elijah. Somebody raised Elijah. He's prepared the way for the message of the covenant that they should be seeking after Elijah. And then there's this one that's robbing the nations, cursed with a curse. So who's robbing the nation? Master Muhammad didn't rob it. Elijah didn't rob it. And the message of the covenant is not right. He didn't ask you for a dime. Never did. Never will. Only one making money off the Nation of Islam is Farrakhan. Because Elijah left all that money that the Nation of Islam had was in the Nation of Islam name, and they had to go to court to get that money. Farrakhan all went to court to get that money, and they left it. Believers with nothing. Elijah Muhammad left that money to the Nation of Islam. So Farrakhan's got rich. He has no business, anything. So he got multi-millionaire. See? Because he's robbing the nation. So he cursed with a curse. Right? Disembowelment. Has all his stuff cut out. Castrated. That's as any man on the planet. Is that not a curse? That's the worst curse you can think of. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters.
Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people. And they would put up all the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, done Hawkins, brought out their ship. They stood and said, it disappeared in the old river, crying, watching to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the West Indies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was named Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to allow us off a mental state, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing firm to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to see the very thing that brought our fathers in subjection to their will.
You're now turning your face from your ordinary plan and turning it back towards on Christmas and on enemies who have destroyed us and seek to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. It's trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your I think that question. Take over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. Now, they you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as that want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools. When I wanted to be separated and go to your own purification for yourself. The white man said you were free. Remember that.
Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed, Noah prayed, Moses prayed, David prayed, Joseph prayed, Jesus prayed, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed, Master Fard Muhammad prays.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups, bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing cry to return to their native land and people. And you, here today, to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Ask himself. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and kill them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools. But that's wanting to be separated and go to your own nation for yourself. After the white man say you are free. Remember that. We want an equal education so that you will look better. But separate in separate schools up to 16 for the boys and 18 for girls, on the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. Under such schooling system, we believe we will make a definition of our people. The United States government should provide free for all. The necessary textbooks and equipment for schools and colleges. We believe that it's nothing but right and justice that they should build schools and colleges and universities and everything necessary to equip them for the teachings and trainings that we so miserably need and desire. The Muslim teachers shall be left free to teach them and train our people in the way of righteousness and the way of peace and self-respect. And we believe that intermarriage race should be prohibited between the two races. We want the religion of Islam for our people, and we want it taught to our people without injuries or suppression. These are some of the things that we believers in Allah and Islam is true religion of entire submission. We are called Muslims of entire submission. We are called Muslims. We who have submitted ourselves to do the will of Almighty God. We are the people that want nothing other than righteousness. And we are the people that want to leave America for our own self-inquiry. Thank you. Right. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Salman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaking the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, your presentation was very important one. Right? I've talked about it over and over 30 years. I'm going to make it very clear today. I shouldn't have said it again. But dead weight, that you have to be careful about right now, brothers and sisters. See, that's what the Quran calls the dumb. They call them disbelievers. They try to be nice. They call them disbelievers. They say deaf, dumb, and blind, though. But dead weight, what's dead weight? It's something that you have to move it. You have to animate it because it can't animate itself. It's just lay there. So why would you want to mess with anything like that? We got a lot of dead weight, brothers and sisters. A lot of dead weight. See? And right now, a fear. It tells you right here, there's great fear. And they couldn't tell you, Farrakhan couldn't tell you what this means. The devils can't tell you what it means. Right? Those claiming with Elijah, they can't tell you what it means. Right? Sunnis can't tell you what it means. But they all know everything, but they can't tell what this means. It says, man's heart is filling for fear, for those things looking at those things was coming upon the earth, for the powers of heaven to be shaken. That's very powerful. They couldn't tell you what it means. If you gave their life, they could not tell you what it means. I'll tell you what it means every day. I'll tell you what it means for 30 years. See, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now, you have these blind people. They're dead weight. They call them disbelievers, and it's a reason. Because I can tell you, we have seasons. Like Elijah Muhammad taught you, you got 6,000 year seasons, and you got 4 of them. It's 24,000 years altogether. We just come through a 24,000 year season, a 6,000 year season. The season of Yaqub. See? The season change every 6. You go from summer to fall to winter, spring, right? So you have a different information for each one. That's why they write the scriptures. They give them to you because they correspond to the season that you're in. See? You didn't know that before. I explained to you. That's why. And so you get the scripture, and the scripture giving as the season changes, so you can be successful during that season. And it depends on the season, that the information that you're given, so you be successful in that season. And when you got to the season of Adam, Yaqub, who was the rule? Make mission, shed blood. That means that was a season where making mission, shed blood, if you had that nature, and make mission, shed blood, you'd be successful. Well, that's why. The jinn had a problem with it. Iblis had a problem. Wait, you tell me we got to make mission, shed blood. See, because he understands why God said, I know it, you know not. Because you think it's going to be summer all the time. But now it's winter, and you got to submit to the winter. Otherwise, you won't be around during the spring. And the winter says, bitch make shed blood. That's the nature of the winter. And so they will be successful. They'll be the rulers. You see, that means season of make mission, shed blood. People that did make it successful. I mean, that's an easy read, but nobody reads it that way. The Sunnis didn't read it that way. The jinn didn't read it that way. Islam didn't read it that way. But it's simple. And we're done. He chose the one that make him shed blood, right? He didn't say he won't stop from making him shed blood. He didn't say he won't stop from doing that. He said you follow my guidance, right? But you're going to be the ruler. Somebody going to make shed blood, and that's what they would do. We see Gog and Magog come out, and they rule. They rule the whole world. They couldn't rule the whole world. This was by Allah's permission. And they would deceive the whole world. So was that Allah behind them? Was he promoting them? No, it was a Caesar. And so the only thing they had to do was follow the guidance, follow the law. The guidance that was given. What was the guidance? A sealed Bible. But you don't understand it. And people today still understand that concept.
as soon as you understand it, we're going to talk about that a little more in a minute. You understand? So that was a season of me. So, wow. You mean people that make me shed blood? I'll be with them. He's the one that put them in there. So why would I put somebody that makes me shed blood? See, you can't understand because you're dumb. And that's why you're a disbeliever. See, Israel was disbeliever. So he's dumb. That's the nice word to call him dumb. Because he was too dumb to understand. That's why I know what you know not. Let me say somebody I know you know. Means you're too dumb to understand what I'm talking about. Because he asked the angels, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Say, I don't know anything more than you told me. But I'm going to listen to you. I'm not going to be dumb. I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to obey you. But wait a minute, I ain't meant to listen to that. He's just dumb. How do you know somebody's dumb? It's an easy way to find out right away. Because first they're blind. And they come to you, and here you can see. I guess all the time, I get it recently, right? I don't like waste. I don't waste time with it. I just right away, because you know right away. Because they come to you blind. You know they don't see anything. That's why they come to you. They walk around the little cane. They don't know what's going on. And they blind, don't know what's going on. And they come to you. Now you know. Now you can see, but they don't know you can see. A blind person don't know you can see. But you tell them you can see. Well, they don't know. But they come to you. So that means they know they don't see anything. They need somebody to help them get around. So they come to you who can see and try to convince you to walk with them in their blindness. See how dumb they are? Because see, if the house is on fire, you don't have to tell the wise people to get the hell out. Because they see the house on fire to get the hell out. The dumb people, you got to convince them to get out. And if you waste time doing that, you're going to get burned up too. You understand the concept? They come and they blind. They come to you who can see. They don't know you can see. You tell them you can see, but they can convince you to walk with them in their blindness. And how we know this? Because you see, if you understand how the scripture's written, how they work, how the seasons. Take Moses, for instance. Moses come along, he give you the scriptures and what you need for that season. Okay, so people go along in that season. So you got a lot of people that go along because everybody else go along. That's what's going to Farrakhan right now. They don't know because they just took time to read anything. They would be a Farrakhan 5 seconds. But everybody else doing it, so I'm doing it. You know, that's what they call the people. I forget they call people that just go along with the crowd, right? See, I'm in with the in crowd. I don't know where the in crowd is going, but I'm in with it. You know, all go off the cliff together like Lehman's, right? Or they follow the one stupid Lehman, and all of them go off the cliff, but they all the rest of them go, I'm going too. So here they Moses. Okay, so now season change. Because you wouldn't need to send a messenger or prophet unless season changes. Right? Okay, so then Moses, and then Jesus come, and they tell you, now, time has changed. Different things have changed, right? And you need a new scripture for the new season. So they blind now. They don't know what's going on. And then Jesus comes. But all right, I'm going to listen to them. Say, try to convince you that walk in the darkness. No, I'm sticking with Moses. That season's gone. I'm sticking with the winter. It's spring now. I'm sticking with the winter. And they try to convince you, and then they want to attack you because you tell them about the spring because they want to hear about the winter. And the winter's gone. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to convince you of their darkness. They attack. And what happens? Just like all happened when the spring comes in, the sun is just, the winter, just you're gone. It evaporates, it dries up, whatever. And the people that went, they're successful because it's spring now. You can't, if you're a sprinter person, or you fight and hold on to the winter, but you're blind, so you understand? Those are dumb people. Smart people say, okay, it's changing season. I'm gonna go drop to. I'm adjust to the new season. So he adjust to Jesus. Right? Whatever he's talking about, that's spring. It might be a good spring, a bad spring, but you gotta have knowledge of spring to survive it. And then what happens? Everyone, every day you had these dumb people. Every season change. Season change again. Here comes Muhammad.
I ain't going to deal with him, man. I want Jesus. See? They can't see. Times change. They understand what's going on. They can't tell you what's going on. But they will tell you, I want to stick with Jesus. And they attack Muhammad, try to stop this something from coming in. And as always, the someone prevails. And the springs go on. They eventually go on. See? And then those that adopted to that season, they're successful. So they dominated Christianity for 1,000 years. Locked them up, that's chapter 20. Locked them into the abyss and dark age for 1,000 years. They were successful, and the Christians would bottle up. They had them bottled up. Crusaders kept fighting, all right? And then comes Adam. And they said, man, we've been faithful with you, Allah. We got the Quran. We got Mecca. We got all these great, and you tell us somebody make men shed blood. I ain't doing that. Because they the jinn. Jinn is not a people, jinn is just a condition that you resist change. I'm not going to do that. So what happens? Those make mischief with Adam. That's God and Magog. They came out of Bible, chapter 20. Came out of the abyss. They all came, the Sunnis. And Sunnis been failure for 500 years. The Sunnis have not had a victory in 500 years. They're victorious for 1,000 years. For 500, they've not had a victory because Adam is ruling. Just like God said, he's ruling now. And he's doing a mystery shed blood. We can't, and look at it. We could deal with none of Adam stuff. And you go over there in the Sunni Arabs, they don't. No banking, no democracy, no capital, none of it. They don't want none of it. You know what I'm saying? They're the only ones on the planet that totally resist any possibility, anything that Adam's doing. So that's obviously who the jinn are. Because everybody else stopped some of it. And we submitted. We over here in submission to them. Just like it said. Hey, we they want to train you back 1,500 years ago. We want you to train. That don't work anymore. What happened is working. That world could not survive here anyway. You got, because you go there. I mean, they would have you go back riding camels and eating camel shit, whatever they're doing over there. And then what happens? And then I am, the God comes. He announced your time is over, Adam. Your time is about over. The season's changing. So he starts the process. He raised Elijah, but he starts a process, right? So the people is with him. He comes over here to the angel that submitted. He came to the angel that submitted. They understand that, right? The ones that submitted. He came to them. Right? See? He said, man, I don't want none of that stuff, man. I want Christianity. I want Adam. I want none of that. They're in darkness. They have no idea what's going on in the world, right? Remember, these people, the time they read, they have no idea what time they lost. The time changed. They can't figure out what's going on. It's spring, but they winter people. They can't understand the spring. What's this? They understand ice and snowmen and all. They don't understand spring and life, vegetation. They don't understand that stuff. Heat. So then he raised Elijah. And he had the same problem. Because then he left, and now the time within the season, he said, okay, he has a different, Master Farrakhan set up. Now he's got to deal with the people and get them prepared for the next level. They tell you in Malachi, the son of the measure of the covenant. What do we want Master Muhammad? It's the same problem.
Elijah Muhammad had to run for his life for 7 years. They even members of his own family. Because I want him, we want to attack back in darkness. But Muhammad didn't have to deal with the situation Elijah had to deal with. And they was in darkness. They had no idea what's going on. They had the lessons, but they didn't have an explanation of it. Mentioned the black man. They didn't have, well, man had any of that. Well, there was the lessons. And now it's time to, and now you understand the lessons. You have one lesson about cracking atoms. If you don't understand that lesson right there was before they knew about cracking atoms. They didn't know about cracking atoms in the 30s. And if you know anything, see how dumb they are if they know anything about science. They say, how much does a cracked atom weigh? Well, weight and force is the same thing. Weight is just how you explain force in terms of gravity. Weight is the same thing as force, exactly. It's just like it's like saying black in Spanish and black in English. Black in Spanish is Negro. It's the same word. It's just how you apply it to gravity. So if they change to say how much force does a crack atom? You're talking about a nuclear explosion before anybody that concept even it's right in the lessons. Matter of fact, I was telling you about a nuclear explosion right in the lessons before they had any concept of it. Now, I don't know if Elijah, but even in the lessons, tell you Elijah didn't have it all. It says he didn't get it. He said he got nearly correct. But they tell you, Elijah's perfect. He don't make no mistakes. See, he's a totally Nation of Islam. It's all bullshit because Elijah Muhammad never claimed any of that stuff. And plus, Elijah Muhammad on record said Armageddon will take place in the 1970s. 1970s, I was there. He said it take place in the 1970s. I remember my father took me to the temple and I think it was 60, till he passed 63. So 62, I think it was. He was converting, right? But I didn't know it. I didn't know what he was doing. I know he took me there because we lived around the block from Temple 25, and he took me there, and I had no idea what happened. But I remember the minister saying the war Armageddon would take place in the 70s. He was wrong about that. See? But he was prepared to wait for someone else. But no, he's the last. And nobody after him, nothing. I don't want nobody else. See? So when they come to you with that crap, just dismiss them. Just like you dismiss the other people. Unless you're a dummy, then you grab onto it. Because there's nothing in messing with black man, nothing in how you live, nothing in Fall of America, not saying it's right. Explain what's going on right now. Call everybody off guard. All of them have guard. Farrakhan, getting started, 3 years ago? And then he's supposed to be silent. But he put the watchman. I said, but I think he was wrong. I've been saying, I got on record. You go back and I've been saying for years, 30 years. No, the war was starting in the Middle East. Yeah, abomination, desolation was going on right now. Look at the root of abominable. It means what it said. The uprising was taken out with great cruelty. That's exactly what's happening over there. So the war in heaven break, and then it would be a war between. Then the war was expand to a clash between North and South, or the king of North, king of South, which in Daniel talking about Iran, Gog and Magog and Antichrist. And they say Iran's gonna come after them like a whirlwind. They say they're gonna come after Iran, and we're gonna come back to a whirlwind. And people even tell them right now, they're gonna war with a whirlwind, but Iran will come back like a whirlwind. They don't come back. That's what it says. But they don't know that. They have no idea what's happening. They didn't see any of this coming. They saw none of this coming. And I've been telling them for years. And there's people that's around that know. I've been saying this years before it was even on the horizon. There was no idea of it. They told me this very clearly. You see? So they have no idea what's going on in the world. The Sunnis have no idea. You'll hear them on social media talking about, oh, well, I think that's the Jow. They're guessing. How come they see it's coming? They got the Quran. How come they tell you about this coming? They never saw any of this. Well, the Jews never saw it. Coming with Moses, they never saw it. The Christians never saw it. They never saw any of this. Not even close.
Farrakhan ain't see it. So can Elijah, they ain't see it. They can't find the message. You cannot find the message, black man, how to live, all America's, you can't find any of what's going on right now, no explanation. They all blind to it. See? But then, but when Eric comes along, I don't want that Elijah stuff anymore. But this is a deceiver. And he don't know anything either. But scriptures tell you, and the scriptures, all these things it tells you, Jesus said, somebody, could you call him Ahmed, coming after him, that's another word for Muhammad. Scripture tell you, after Muhammad will come Elijah. Elijah will come lying iron to see the people because they got the same attitude. I don't want to hear that. And then will come Joshua, the message of the covenant. It tells you right clearly in Habakkuk. Now it tells you because there'd be God, then it'd be Elijah, then it'd be somebody to be robbing the nation, cursed with a curse. As any man, if you disavow like Farrakhan was with cancer, that's a curse. Every man will tell you that curse stuff out. That's not any man will call that a curse. In fact, he wear glasses. I don't really talk about that too much. Elijah didn't wear glasses. No prophet or messenger of God ever had any problem with their sight, ever. Scripture tell you that. I don't wear glasses either. I never wore them. I'm 76 years old. I never wore glasses day in my life. I wear the shades. Elijah wore shades. I never saw him wear any glasses. I still picture anything wearing glasses. Some wearing shades, maybe he did. I don't know. Farrakhan wear them because he can't. There's a reason why. I'm not gonna get into it because some people get misinterpreted. Right. But that's a sign right there. But well, he's a son of man. Make Mitch what? See how they say stuff? You read it, the scriptures. God wouldn't tell you to follow the scripture. Quran says you can't be a Muslim unless you believe what's between you and before you. So you have to believe. So he wouldn't tell you to believe in the Bible. The Bible was no good. Elijah Muhammad called it because he didn't understand it. He was sealed to him. It says the message come, he'll come and unseal it. The sealed Bible, he called it poison because he didn't understand either. You see what I'm saying? Farrakhan never, even him, that lying dog, never claimed that it had broke the seals. Neither did Master Muhammad ever make that claim. He said the Lamb would do it. That's how you would know him. But see, like I said, he can see it. They come to you, come to him, blind. You try to convince him to walk them in their blind. No, you need to walk with Elijah. Okay, well, Elijah, explain to me, show me what's going on. Tell me what's going on. I can see what's going on. I know you can't see a goddamn thing. I can see what's going on. But you're going to tell me I got to walk in that. And your ignorance, because black part of me you can't hear because you don't see. Or you wouldn't even bother with me. If you could see, why you mess with blind people. Okay? So and then you try to convince me to walk backwards into darkness where you are. And I know everything what's going on right now in detail. In detail. And all you got to do is go out on YouTube and look at everything that's happening right now. I told you in advance before it happened, in detail. Not watch the weather. Not watch the weather stuff. I told you with Farrakhan time. Well, I said, no, it's going to break out in the Middle East. And it tells you, it says, just before it says, when they say peace and safety, suddenly, that's what happened. September 2023, Netanyahu, we're going to have peace in the Middle East. Remember the Abraham Accord, have peace. We're going to build this road and all this stuff and everything. And then next day, boom, next month, it's all there. But they follow this clown here. Nobody set him up. The God was against him. That was Elijah's idea. Because God told him, you don't need him. He got angry with Elijah for even asking for him. So he was not anointed by God nor by Elijah. So, but Elijah said a lot of the same things about Malcolm. Lessons tell you Elijah wasn't 100% correct. The lesson itself tell you that. So it said he wasn't, what the word they say, infallible. So then, here comes the mission of covenant. So you got two groups out there now. Those dumb enough to follow Farrakhan, And the other one, well, no, I don't hit it. I want you. You gotta be Elijah. Okay, well, don't go with that then. Get the F out of my face. I didn't ask you to come here. You walk around blind with your stick. Take your stick and your dumb ass someplace else. Get away from me. I haven't asked you for a goddamn thing. I asked you for money. I asked you follow me. I don't ask for anything. I'm moving. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I can see. I can run. You know, if you're blind, you can't drive, you can't run, you can't do any of that stuff, can you? I can run, I can drive, I can do whatever I want. I can see clearly what's going on. I don't even need to be here. I say it most of the 1,000 times. Only I'm here because the Levites. So just get the hell out of here. Don't come over here with your bullshit. I'm not interested in it. You're dumb, hold on to your darkness. See, each one of those persons, they came and verified the one before them, but they moved to the next level. They don't say, oh, Moses didn't say, Jesus said Moses was no good. No, he verified what Moses said, just took it to the next level. But Aaron, Farrakhan, he denies everything. We ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. He denies. That's sure he's wicked because he doesn't take it and justify, verify what Elijah said. He condemns it. You are wicked, evil. Elijah probably never told that kind of stuff. You can't. And now it's Master Muhammad now. Before it was years. Originator, makers in the womb. Originator, you know. But now all of a sudden, you know, I know the reason for that. See what I'm saying? So they come here. I say, what you come here for? I didn't ask you to come here. I asked you to call me. You don't see me asking anybody to come here, get with me, or give me money, or follow me. I ain't come here. I don't want any followers. I come to give you information so you can be the gods who you are. I ain't come to ask you for a goddamn thing, nothing. I don't want anything from you. I have a special place in my heart for the sisters because I feel bad for these sisters because what they have to go through with your dumb ass. Because they saved this nation and then you trample all over them. Like they nothing. And it says, let us make man our likeness, our image, male and female. They gods too. But you take your strong, I'm a gorilla. I'll kick your ass. Okay, keep on with that. See? But you know that lioness? That lioness, I ain't telling like a lion, you know, lioness, Lion, not lie, Line. That lioness, she's the wisest hunter in the jungle. And she sneak up on your ass, next thing you know, you lying shit. So you keep on with your bullshit. Because you come around me with that bullshit, talking about you going, these sisters, all that, you come to the wrong place. See? Male and female, they're gods too. Quran says 2 sides to this creation. Everything has 2 sides to it. But you don't want to accept that side. That's why you're running right here all messed up. With your braids, earrings in your ear, Miss Bogan. I'm identified as a female. You might as well. You got your braids and every damn thing else. Okay? Fist bumping with your enemy. You that rape your ancestors. Beat them down. Spit on them. Shit on them. For hundreds of years. And you, hey, bro. Are you out of your goddamn mind? And then you're going to tell me something? Keep your darkness to yourself. You're blind. So the point is, I'm not, you know, like I tell people all the time, I try to tell my children, you know, I say, look, you know, you can walk away from food, but food can't walk from itself. And so it's easy to get away from it because all you just start walking fast, they can't keep up with you. A blind person, all you got to start walking fast in the right direction, and they can't keep up with you. That's all you got to do. Only way I'm dealing with, because like I said, I'm standing here amongst the blind because there's a lot of people are blind, only blind because of your ignorance. You're blocking it. So we got to move you and the demons. That's your purpose, to block the light. See? But they got eyes to see, but you don't trick them into keeping their eyes closed. So once we get rid of the eyes open, that's the only reason I'm still here. Otherwise, I'd be gone, and I left your ass way behind in your darkness. So it's just those that, that can see, they wait, you blocking the light. And we're going to take care of that in a minute. Hope you understand, brother. Says I made that very clear in the beginning, right? I says, you find a person, they're blind, they come to you, they don't have any idea what's going on in the world, and you do, you can see. But they want to drag you back into your darkness, into being blind like them. How dumb is that? Does anybody have any idea what angel? They know, they have full thorough knowledge of what's happening in the world, and thorough knowledge of who everyone is. And it's not some kind of conspiracy or some kind of conjecture. Prove it factually. Everybody's identified. Dragons identified, Sunnis identified, the jinns identified, the snake, everyone identified. Golden calf, all of it. And they don't know anything. They don't know a goddamn thing. They don't come to try to convince you to come back in their darkness. Oh, okay. Come and show me the verses in Message of the Black Man, in the Quran, in your sealed Bible, in Father America, that tells you, that illuminates what's going on right now. Show it to me, because the Sunnis ain't talking about it. I don't see, well, I think Israel going down. You don't see them talking about it on social media. You don't see about the flows Jews cause something. You don't see them talking about it. You don't see Jehovah's Witnesses talking about it. The Baptist Lutherans, you hear them talking about it. Farrakhan ain't talking about it. He's talking about God told me to shut up. Because he don't know what God did anyway. And if you tell me, I'm with Elijah. Well, show me the message of the black man. Show me the guidance for right now, what's going on. And not only that, show me what we can do about it. Show me what we're going to do about it. How we're going to handle it. How it's going to affect us. Show it to me. And I'll kiss your ass. I'll follow you. You can't. So get out my goddamn face. Assalamu alaikum.